All right, I am here and I'm going to be continuing screwdrivers. Yesterday we spent a lot of time building the Omega Falcon, which I think we got to a point. I did some more editing on it and I uploaded it to the workshop for anyone to use. Linus, welcome. Just finished full career playthrough. Nice. Two car edits and one fresh build in 1 hour and 44 minutes. Very nice. Was that with the tech tree, the new tech tree? But yes, the Omega Falcon is on the workshop. The Omega Falcon Mark 1. I made a regular. Nice. I wonder which one takes longer. But yes, I put this on the workshop because I think it's in a state where I want it to be. It's pretty stable. It does have like a nose down, but it can pull up very well out of a dive. It's relatively maneuverable. And I think with these same concepts, we'll eventually be able to build something that's even cleaner, right? Like this thing kind of looks like an abomination as well. We added the wings, like we could continue the wings. It can't roll while I'm turning. Like there are definite downsides to it. Once you get the hang of flying it, like you can fly it, you know? Let's see if I can go under the bridge here, just as a test. Oh, camera jank. Oh, under the bridge. Oh, we ran into the palm tree on the other side. But yes, okay, that is the Omega Falcon Mark 1. This thing is not getting touched. It's on the workshop. We're good. And I did that in creative mode because I started running out of gems in career mode. That looks like it flies well. Yeah, it's pretty good. Tech tree would require a lot more builds and edits due to requirements. Okay. Yeah, we're 97% on the rankless career, 13% on the tech tree career. And I kind of do want to go through the tech tree career. I was kind of hoping, if I'm being brutally honest, that the tech tree would allow you to like select specific trees over others. But it seems like it's similar to the rank list where you just do races and unlock certain things kind of in order. Like I like tech trees for the fact that you can specifically aim towards one thing. Like if you've ever played Juno New Origins, which is similar to Kerbal Space Program, that they kind of have that tech tree. So last time I streamed, I couldn't look at the patch notes, but I can look at them now. This is an outline of what they changed yesterday. So the tech tree is back. We heard your feedback, and we also love our sweet tech tree. Each career has its own progress because they're separate. So they're two career modes. And the mini map does work. So they added the mini map, which is a nice addition. We can adjust the engine sound separately in the audio settings menu. Okay, I didn't know that. That's why I'm reading this now. And yes, we noticed that the PW Blaze 1000 has a slight red tone, which makes it more distinguishable from the PW Blaze 600. And the same for the Igen Core engines. The super blooming, that flashing light that we had like 2 days ago on that one track shouldn't happen anymore. And I can also turn the bloom off. they added customizable graphics settings. And I think I did actually turn it off already. And they fixed the removal of the axle 6 and 7. Mad Max, welcome. I just watched your old stream of 8 and 9. They really helped me get an understanding of what I was doing wrong with my builds. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Awesome. Yeah, this game has a little bit of a learning curve, so it's nice to hear that my streams are helping people. I have absolutely had my struggles. But yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. There's still many things I have yet to learn. Yesterday, we learned kind of how to build an aircraft. Kind of. But yes, another thing I was working on was another motorcycle suspension build. And I'm trying to make it a 9-speed, but it doesn't seem like it even ever gets to 9th gear. So it doesn't... I'm trying to make like a crazy meta build with this thing. And it was an interesting situation. I'm still working on making this equal here. Getting this suspension closer to the center of mass on the backside, connecting here, has been quite interesting. So with the added design requirement of making it 4-wheel drive, right? This bar goes into this motorcycle suspension and this motorcycle suspension. So ideally, if this works the way I want it to, we should be able to... I'm also noticing this. We should be able to make a 4-wheel drive vehicle that is quite powerful. I may do some more aircraft later, but considering the fact that I spent almost all of the stream yesterday working on aircraft, I kind of want to make a meta car build. Rankless career can use the first tutorial car up to the point where you unlock Electric 360 and small off-road wheels. Then you edit and add 2 small and medium gears as well as 2 360 engines. And swap wheels. Oh, like you're going for like career speed run? That would be sweet. Swap wheels to small off-road, then you continue until you unlock EVGA Core 250 and add 2 of those. Then you're done for the rest of Rankless. Interesting. Yeah, ranked mode speedrun. This thing can even be extended out to 3 here. That. I'm middle clicking this to figure out what it is. And it says you don't own any more of this parts of this type. But I don't know what the length is. So I typically middle click things to see what length it is. To be like, oh, okay, I'll remove that and now put a 1 shorter length. It would be nice if there was an easier way to tell what pieces I'm looking at, especially in regards to the axis, because of that kind of situation. Yeah, that goes into there. This whole thing might fall apart. Just buy a whole bunch of those. There we go. Yeah, career mode speedrun it sounds awesome. I'm trying to build a meta build right now myself. We're gonna make it all gold meta build. Was this an 8? This should be a 9 then. No. It only needs to be a 6 because we have the axis extender. And then what we can do is take... We don't need that there anymore. Yeah. See, by using the gear small, we can make it a lot tighter. And another thing I learned with this type of gear setup, which I saw someone post in the Discord, which I appreciate, is this 3-gear setup. You can get 3 speeds in a very, very tight setup without even using a large gear. And I have 2 of those back to back. And I have 4 PW Blaze 1000s in here. So that should be 4-wheel drive now. Should. Yeah, that's looking very clean. The only thing I will say is I kind of want to bring the front motorcycle suspension in even more to reduce the length of the vehicle. You know, I could probably bring it all the way in. Right? But then we run into the issue of how do we actually connect it here? VW Humber, welcome. Welcome back. We're working on a motorcycle suspension style meta build using a dual 3-gear shift setup for a total of 9 gears. As for whether we have enough power to reach the 9th gear, that's another question. Or enough time and yeah. We need a very long straightaway, potentially. Like that. And then this in front, I don't think this could just be a 2 and a 2. But I'm pretty sure it's interesting how the motorcycle suspension works. Because if you just connect it at one point like this, I'm pretty sure the whole thing is going to rotate around that point. Let's find out. I just always go to besides the normal. No, it's not rotating. Okay. See, that's very interesting. If we don't need to actually connect the motorcycle suspension on the sides. Motorcycle suspension is quite possibly my favorite suspension in the game. Oh, we just made our back wheels turn. Oops. We have no downforce at all. Yeah, the vehicle is going... These are the rear wheels. The vehicle is going this way. And it looks weird, but if we look at the center of mass is still actually closer to the back of the, slightly closer to the back of the vehicle, even though it looks like these wheels are like really, yeah, really close to the engines. Interesting. Have you tried multiplayer yet? No, I haven't. I think for multiplayer, I'm gonna have to wait for them to figure out the whole matchmaking, port forwarding. There's something rotating in the front. Yeah, there's something rotating in the front. Can you build boats in the game? Unfortunately, I don't believe so. I believe that, okay, it's this thing that's rotating here. Because, yeah, we need to change this methodology. This whole setup here, I think we can do it like that. I need to extend this one more. We want this to stop rotating, but we also have both of these things rotating. We're gonna need, yeah, we're gonna need to do it like this. We're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to do it like this. It's a weird situation because the motorcycle suspension doesn't have... Melee dude, welcome back. The motorcycle suspension doesn't have a connection point here because this whole thing moves, right? So this being this far in the front, this single piece right here, maybe we don't even need... Well, I'm gonna try this. Well, the question is, how do I... Yeah, maybe we don't need this. I don't think we need this. The bottom one. Because this isn't what's disconnected here. Is it? Oh, no, it is. No, it's connected to the planetary gear. Yeah, so this could just be a 2, even. Like that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's connected to the planetary gear. Here. That goes into that. That goes into that. So, yeah, that's fine. It was just this thing, this one piece, this piece in particular that was rotating. But while I'm here, I want to work on getting some downforce right above the wheels. I think I'll build this out. If you want, I can boot up my server if you want to try multiplayer. I'm gonna stick to single player. I think I'm gonna stick to single player until they make proper like server browser and all that. Because I'm also using Linux, and I don't want to have to like configure a whole bunch of stuff. And it seemed like all of the guides that they created for it were for Windows. Which is fine. That's fine, but yeah. I'm kind of accepting of the fact that multiplayer is going to be something down the line. Weird, look at the whole thing. Wait, why does it bend when I... Oh my, what is happening? Did I mess something up? There's got to be something that's clipping or something, right? Yeah, it's just steering to the right. The way this thing is handling is very strange. Oh, you know why? Look at the whole bar on the right side. It's like it's going... We just did a wheelie out of nowhere. Ah. Okay. So, that whole thing I said earlier about the motorcycle suspension not needing to be connected to the... chassis was not entirely correct. Even though we have this going through this beam right here, it was clipping through this entire thing. So we have to reconfigure this. And it's not going to be a hard reconfiguration. That should be connected on either side now. Wait, why do we have this here now? I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that at all. That might be why it's angling to one side. Because that's connected over here, right? But now this whole bar is not connected here. The question becomes, do we need it? It is it is quite possible that we do indeed need that there. We're gonna find out. But hopefully we don't, because that's gonna be Yeah, it just says car has errors now. Indeed, indeed. Because this is connected here to the engines. The engines, I believe, yeah, the engines are connected to one another with a pin in between. Yeah, there are pins in there. But we need a connection like this. What's the car you're most proud of? Think is iconic? That's a good question. Given the fact that the Streetmaster Pro just opened my eyes to the fact that more power isn't more better. And I do say more better as a joke. I know in the English language, you don't say more better. It's just better. But probably the Streetmaster Pro Mark II. Like, we got a lot of our hard PBs initially with this. The Streetmaster Pro Max Mark III was simply building upon the things that I learned with the Streetmaster Pro Mark II. Because this thing is bare bones. If drivetrain has errors, you can see them by pressing X. The whole thing is red. Yeah, I'm certain it's because all of the way we connected all of this, the engines aren't actually attached to the chassis at all. So we need to completely rethink this connection here. And the problem is, I can't just put a, oh yeah, I can, wait, no, I can't. If I try to put a beam here, it's not going to work. Oh, but we have this space here. So hold on. Maybe I think I have to do this. Yeah, we have that space there. If I put a beam all the way across here, I think we need a 9. And then we connect it like that. That should be good. Nope. Oh, yes, because I forgot this pin here. Nice. Now, it's possible in the future that one of these motorcycle suspension builds may become the most iconic. Like, the Abomination is close, but the Streetmaster Pro Mark II is just, it's so good. I highly recommend everyone try it. Just a random guy. Welcome. Why is this still analyzing? Stop analyzing and let me drive it. There we go. This thing is four-wheel drive, by the way. Like, we very much so deliberately built this to be four-wheel drive. Okay, oh, I can't turn it off. It feels weird, and that's how I know I'm doing good. Because I suspect if we get this kind of build working properly, it's going to be much more responsive. But yeah, we don't have enough downforce on the front. I think that's primarily it. It also just kind of just starts wiggling. I don't know why. Double backflip. Landed perfectly. That reminds me, isn't the Olympics soon? I feel like the Olympics is happening at some point in the next soon. Soon TM. All right, if I do that, extend this, and then put two of these. Wait, can I really not? Oh, it does extend out one by one. Okay, we got to do it like this then. That's fine. I really want to try and get these lower, but I don't think it's going to like it. Like, if we put that one lower, I don't... Even though these go down, I don't think it's going to like it. In build mode, it shows the suspension fully compressed. See how much clearance there is here versus in the build mode? That's what I'm talking about. I can't turn it all. The whole thing is lifting up. Why? Why? Physically, why? I think this downforce on the back might be too far back. I think it's lifting up the whole thing. In which case, I can just do that. Like, we just did a wheelie out of nowhere. Just completely unwarranted. Wheelie. I think we're gonna have to put the downforce in front. Because if the downforce is too high, yeah, that has to be like that. Then we risk like a cantilever. Where the whole thing kind of like swings along the center of motion and does like a wheelie. Like we just saw. I suspect that's what's happening. Oh, it doesn't wanna do it. All right, we're gonna have to do maybe this. See, that's the hard part about working with the motorcycle suspension, because in the build editor, it shows it fully compressed, but we know that there's clearance. The ability to like clip in some situations is interesting. Yeah, it's oversteering. It's like carrying. I steer a little bit and then it continues steering. And the faster I go, the more it seems to do that. But I think we're onto something. Making a four-wheel drive motorcycle build. Motorcycle suspension build. Because I can feel it. Like, after using the street suspension, after using the... Oh, this is the bug spot. We're in the bug spot. If you... if you reset your vehicle in this cave, it like puts you inside of the overhead, like up there. This doesn't feel too bad though. I really think just with a little more downforce, we'd be in a decent spot. This is definitely getting... It's getting to the point that I want it to be at. But there's only so much space. Maybe we do that. We need more downforce above the rear wheels. Like, that's a part of the problem. Like, in a front wheel drive or a four-wheel drive setup, the four-wheel drive... Oh, this feels better. This definitely feels better immediately. The four-wheel drive is great, but you still don't need to really concern yourself with the traction of the front wheels. So we want more downforce. Oh, this is feeling way better. Are we perfecting the meta build? And this thing can go fast too. I should take it on the straightaway. And these are dirt wheel small. Motorcycle suspension with the dirt wheel small. Yeah, that feels good. That cornering ability, that cornering speed, the traction we're getting under full turn, the acceleration, and it's just stable. It feels much more stable now. Yeah, look at that. Look at that cornering ability. That's crazy. That's beautiful. I feel like we refined this down. The low speed cornering is a little bit problematic. Like when we're going below 80 kilometers an hour. Yeah. Let's take it on the straightaway. We should cap out at about 300, even though it says 500. Want to try my meta build? Sure. What's it called on the workshop? Yeah, see, we get into 6, nice, 300. And we still keep going, but we still keep going. But yeah, the max speed at 500, I feel like we could change one of these ratios. And I clip, yeah, the planetary gears allow you. Ah, yes. I'm pretty sure the way this is set up, we can't actually swap any of the. We can't swap any of the gears out. But this thing, it feels okay. It's getting there. I think mostly at this point, it's going to come down to getting the downforce in the right position. And I don't think we need this. This downforce is definitely messing with our top speed. Mini Speedster Street. It's not super fast, but it corners well. Nice. That's, well, for a lot of tracks, that's very beneficial. Oh, nice. We can drift it out. Oh, nice. And it has that low-end torque because of the four-wheel drive. Dude, are we going to become the drift master in this game? All right, I'll try your build. I highly recommend trying the Omega Falcon. The Omega Falcon being my first aircraft build. All right, the mini Speedster Street. Are you your Steam name is Lemmy Smash? Yeah, I saw someone made like a I saw someone made a like really compact. I want to take some time to like try out workshop builds. Like there are a lot of workshop builds that I do want to try. We've tried quite a few. The mini speedster street. Oh, this is very responsive. Nice. Yeah, it gets capped out at it's so short. Yeah, the brake time is good because it's really light. Yeah, it feels good at low speeds. It's amazing. And it's got good low-end power too. Like up that hill, I didn't feel it struggle. Oh no, where did the road go? It's one planetary gear. Nice. Yeah, having the extra wings on the between the wheels on the sides. Yeah, this would be really good for like really tight street course. Sweet. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Street Master Pro. I think the max speeds are pretty close. Yeah, but like around below 200 kilometers. But I imagine yours actually turns better because taking advantage of the street wheels. Yours also, I think, has better low-end acceleration. That's what it comes down to, kind of like... I really think if you're going for, like, hardcore PBs on a track, on a course, you really need to be using something that's specifically designed for that course. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of how it goes, right? Like, you can have an all-rounder, a really good all-rounder, and do okay, do pretty well, because you have a really good all-rounder, but you're still not going to do as well as, like, a decent vehicle that's specifically designed for that track. Secret Queen race can be done in about 4 minutes. Nice. Yeah, I think my PB on that is about 4 minutes. It's weird that this has 50 acceleration. This one has 115. Right? This one's 115. But it gets stuck in neutral, so it's like it doesn't matter. And then this one's 50. But look at that acceleration. You know what I mean? This thing has half the acceleration. No, it doesn't. You know what I mean? No, it doesn't. And a very similar top speed too. Slightly lower on that straight. So yeah, just going off of like the acceleration statistic, I don't know. This thing has half as much or 2/3 as much horsepower. Check the bare chassis. Yeah, it's going directly into the yeah. You have a 2 and a 2. Yeah, it's very clean. These wings here, stacked like that, are the most interesting part to me. Because you were able to clip the wing into the beam. And these provide 3 times as much downforce as the winglet. So having the extra downforce right between the 2 wheels provides like some crazy stability, and having that much even at lower speeds, you get an insane amount of downforce traction. Yeah. And it's also a front wheel drive. Using the TurboVolt TX is difficult, admittedly. It also has a lower weight to horsepower ratio than the PW Blaze, which is kind of countered by the fact that it has much higher force at 0 to 400 RPM. Like a lot more force. Yeah. So when using a TurboVolt TX300, you really need a planetary gear. Like I bet without the planetary gear, yeah, your top speed goes down to 67. Yeah. I've noticed on the Steam Workshop, people are uploading more aircraft, which is interesting. This was made by Zero, who took the same idea of modifying the Blue E7 helicopter. And this thing is pretty interesting as well. Because it flies quite well. It's very smooth. And it follows a similar concept. But it suffers, that's the interesting thing. It suffers from a similar thing that my build suffered from using that same rotor, which is it kind of like rotates to the left, or in any direction that I'm heading, it just keeps going in that direction. Slightly. But yeah, the camera makes it very difficult to when you're going above 600 kilometers an hour, the camera just cannot keep up. Yes, and someone uploaded this contraption. I don't know if I can find who it was. I like saying whoever. Derp Skittles. Derp Skittles uploaded this. And it's actually very interesting. It's like a classic style, a proper classic style fighter plant. And it uses IGN core engines, which I found interesting, rather than... And it's got one rear wheel for turning, which is how, like, old school biplanes turned, I'm pretty sure. Pull up, pull up! Oh, it needs a long time to take off. I think if we go off this ledge, yeah, there we go. It's relatively underpowered. I think if you put... Yeah, you would need like a planetary gear or something. But it works though. It does fly. It does indeed fly. Barrel roll. Yeah, we have to like keep the nose up constantly. Otherwise, I think we just start... Yeah. It is buoyant. It's got like a good center of mass. But I want to take a design like this kind of and supercharge it. The thing, again, if you go above like 700 kilometers an hour, the way the camera follows the vehicle, it's not snappy enough. And it would be nice if you could change that in the settings. Nosedive. Let's see if we can pull out of it. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull out of it. Oh, no. Rick. I am liking working on this thing. I think we have this thing almost where we want it, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Got some more coffee. If you've been enjoying my streams, please consider liking the video. It does help quite a bit. And if you have been enjoying all of my screwdrivers content and my previous content, subscribing is also very much appreciated. I think I'm gonna check out some crazy workshop builds because I need some fresh ideas, and I'm gonna subscribe to the Scorpion mech, and we're gonna try the Scorpion mech made by Aerodynamics on the workshop. Now I have to go to creative mode to try this. I want to refine the motorcycle suspension meta build, but I think I'm getting too focused on like one style of building with the motorcycle suspension. This thing. It has 62 meters per second of acceleration. Wait, what do I push? Oh. Oh, that's crazy. We can just keep pressing Q and E, and it moves the... It's like... Oh, that's crazy. You can make walking vehicles in this game. I saw this a couple days ago, and I didn't think to check it out, and I'm very glad that I'm checking it out. Now, it's moving very slowly, but it is moving forward. We can't steer or anything. I don't know if they're control shift. WASD doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, G lifts one of the F and G. This thing is crazy. Notice how the beams are like moving at an angle. I'm just looking at this trying to think about how it actually works, but we should... Wait, what? I duplicated it. I think it bugged out. Maybe? Add car to your garage. There we go. Okay, we have to add car to garage and then build. Yeah, there we go. So I assume that this just has a whole ton of stepper motors. Yeah, what? So... What are these? I don't think I've ever used those. Like, what is this? Because that's not a stepper motor, right? These. The pistons. I haven't messed with the pistons at all. I don't know, does the career mode have a tutorial for the pistons? Because I think, yeah, there was. No, that uses the stepper motor. There was another car that used a piston, but I don't think it did it in any productive sense. But yeah, the stepper motor and the pistons are like mixed with aircraft. It's just, that's the end game. Like, that is the end game. There is no piston tutorials. That's, I hope they add some, because I have no idea as to where to even start with that. That's like end game stuff. Like figuring out that scorpion monstrosity that we just messed with. That's the end game. This thing is still wanting to slide out. But I don't know if that's a bad thing. Like, but then it just comes down to driver's skill, right? But if I do that, so when I brake, it continues my direction. That's what's interesting about the motorcycle suspension. Yeah. That's like lack of downforce when at lower speeds, right? Because we're relying quite heavily on the wings for downforce. I think we could add... If I do something like this... Because if you get most of your downforce, Ligma, welcome back. If you get most of your downforce from aerodynamic forces, then when you're going at a lower speed, you don't get that downforce because you need speed, you need air to be pushing down on the wings. And because the weight of this thing is so centered around the engines, because the motorcycle gears stick out so far, we slide out. This thing is four-wheel drive, though. Oh, weird. Why is the... Oh, look at the back wing bugging. Look at that. It's like we're not getting the downforce. It's bugging. I really think also... Yeah, it's bugging. I really think that using a using 6 engines would be better. We're not getting enough horsepower. Like, this thing only has, well, only, but it has 221 horsepower, right? I feel like 6 of these is what we need. But in that case, I don't know if we can have... I would have to move this 2 more out, and then we just do the same setup here. Just shift it 2 over. I do want to find out, though, if this stops it from bugging. It would be an interesting experiment. Because, yeah, we have 500 kilometers an hour top speed, but we're not going to hit that, right? Oh, it's not bugging anymore. Okay. We can kind of drift it a little bit if I'm careful. Like, there's something interesting that happens with the motorcycle suspension, where it like lets you oversteer. But I feel like if you can take advantage of that, then you can get a just insane turn radius, right? Insanely small turn radius. Go Abomination. Jiri, welcome back. Yeah, the Abomination, the Abomination is good. I even made the Abomination Mark II, but the Abomination Mark I is still pretty bread and butter. It has like a wider wheelbase. But you can see it struggles with the turn radius a little bit. Like, our ability to turn is pretty limited at lower speeds. But this thing feels good. Like, we got this thing where we wanted it to be. I put this on the workshop as well. And this feels like kind of like an actual race car. Kind of like a GT3 or something weird. Like, it actually feels decent. And then I made, or I was working on the Abomination Mark II, which I moved the wings down. A tricycle? A tricycle is definitely possible with the motorcycle suspension. Yeah, the turn radius at high speeds with this feels a little bit better, but it's like, it's inconsistent. But this design is what interested me in making a build with motorcycle suspension. Because this just feels good. One wheel on the back and two in the front. Could also do 2 wheels in the front, 1 in the back. But there's a reason why you don't see very many vehicles in real life that only have 3 wheels. Because the added benefits of 4 wheels just far outweighs the downsides of having 3 wheels. Yeah, I don't know what we can do to make this at a 2. We could put another wing in front of this, but then it starts losing efficiency. Like, we have a double wing here. I don't know if that's gonna work the way I want it to. And then we also have the added downside of a lower top speed. We could definitely try a trike build. Trike build would be kind of funny. Yeah, see, this thing turns like crazy. Oh, it's bugging. The back wing is bugging. But see, we're getting capped out at like 200 here. So it's like, it's really a trade-off. Like, great, we have great turning. Look at that turning. That's amazing. That's beautiful. But we're getting capped out at 200 now. And that's why I'm thinking, like, yeah, the 2 extra PW, let's see if doing this stops it from bugging. Nope, still bugging. The back wing is bugging out. Weird. You'd think that it would have stopped bugging. I need to find another way to attach this. No, we need it to be that, and that. There we go. Oh, that's so janky. There's no other way to connect. Oh, wait. No, see, I need this to be connected to this. Yeah. Add smaller wings. I think I think this is fine. We just need it to stop bugging out. And I think the best way to get it to stop bugging out is going to be to connect this whole thing to the motorcycle suspension. But then I have the added problem of, okay, what if I do this? Ah, there we go. That works. Now we just have to copy that. Wait, does that work? No, that doesn't work because these aren't connected now. Yeah. The whole way I have this set up. Oh, maybe we could just do this. If we have 3 like that, beam like this. Boom. Okay, that's good. That's all connected now. Kansas Cowboy, welcome. Still in love with the moto suspension? Yeah. I feel like there's something that can be done with it that is superior to any of the other suspensions. If I do it correctly. Yeah, this was the key. Doing like this crossbar like that, and then we have that go inward, and then we can place this wing here, and now that's all connected. Yeah. David, welcome. Wish the aerodynamic arrows were colored like in Trailmakers. Would make the arrow optimization a lot more intuitive. That would make sense, yeah. I've seen some Trailmakers gameplay. Definitely looks good. Yeah, this feels way better. This thing is 4-wheel drive, by the way. It is 4-wheel drive. The only downside that we're running into, nice, it didn't skid out there, is the lack of horsepower, like the raw horsepower. But we have good, yeah, nice. I think we hit a top speed of like 300. Yeah, that's not bad. That's fine. I set out in the goal of making a 4-wheel drive with the motorcycle suspension. Now, this whole build, given the lack of power, doesn't really need 2 gear shift 3s. It really only needs 2 gear shift 2s. It's overkill to have a 9th gear with 2 gear shift 3s. So there's a lot of gearing that we're not even using. And I fully recognize that. So really, to refine this into like a Mark II, I would make it a 4-speed. Any benefit to having 6 driven wheels? I imagine added traction, but you get the downside of more weight, less handling. But like if you're making a drag racer, I could see 6 wheels being pretty good. Yeah, this thing's high-speed cornering ability is actually amazing. Like, look at that high-speed cornering. Like, we're going over 100 kilometers an hour, and we're, like, just turning. Look at that. 200 kilometers an hour. And we don't spin out. And our braking, look at that braking time. Even though we went into the dirt. Yeah, that's really solid. Yeah, I like this core. The core of this build. The idea of making a 4-wheel drive like powerhouse that's really good. Our low speed turning could be better, but that's a sacrifice I think I'm willing to make. Have you considered using 4-wheel steering? Yes, I have. 4-wheel steering is only really good if you're trying to get maximum steering at really low speeds. Otherwise, you're kind of playing with fire. Because it's a balance, right? Like, yeah, cool, you can turn really, really hard, but can you maintain traction? Right? It's the balance. Anderson, welcome. Is this car good for off-road? It's becoming. It's becoming. But there's a major flaw in this build. And it's the fact that it has 2 gear shift 3s. Like, we don't need 2 gear shift 3s. I don't think I've ever... Yeah, 7th gear. Look at the acceleration from 0 and 7th. Yeah, weird. You'd think we would have 9, right? With 2 gear shift 3s. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. This thing can't even get into 7. Like, we cap out on the straightaway at 6, and then it just doesn't have the power. This is your most compact transmission build so far? Yeah. Someone in the Discord recommended building the Gearshift 3 in that way. So this is a good Mark 1. We're gonna duplicate, rename, and we're gonna work on the Mark 2. And to begin that process, we need to completely rethink the whole backside. But yeah, making a four-wheel drive motorcycle build seems like a really good meta. Steering assembly with stepper motors to assist low-speed turning. Interesting. That could be helpful. Low speed turning is always one of the trickiest things, because when you're at a low speed, you don't get the added benefit of your downforce wings. Nick, welcome. I've been wanting to see a real hybrid. Starts off electric, then shifts to combustion. How hard would that be to do? You would need... that wouldn't be too hard. But yeah, you would need to like run them in parallel and then have your transmission jump from one to the other. It's absolutely possible. The way the game works, though, at the core, is you're getting the added benefit of both of them anyway. So I don't know, although, yeah, it's possible. The practicality is what would be interesting. Now, it's possible. So if you're not trying to factor in practicality, like it's definitely possible. Because the way the game works, you're using a combination of the engines anyway. Like if you wanted to talk about real life, you could make the argument that yes, at a lower RPM, you would just be relying on the electric engines. You wouldn't be burning any fossil fuels, right? And there are cars like that in real life. What is this here? An 8? That's difficult. You know what? I'm just gonna yeah. We're going straight for the core of this build. We have to begin with the core of this build. We can leave that. Yeah. I think having the transmission, the force come out to the sides for the four-wheel drive is pretty good. I think that's actually good. Given the fact that you need that to bring the whole thing together anyway. But alas, this is what we need. We need another 2 PW1000s. You have a gear shift 3 at the front, 2 at the back. Yeah. Make up space for a big electric motor. We could. Now, here's the thing. The thing that's confused me is, like, if you have 3 gears in a row, see how they change direction? That's never seemed to be a problem with gearing. So I don't think we have to worry about that. But I was worrying about it in the future until I realized that, yeah, that doesn't actually reverse the wheels. But you can see how they're going, like, this is going counterclockwise, and then that's going clockwise, right? I don't think that actually matters. The game isn't realistic in that sense. Yeah. Because if it was, it would be, you just wouldn't be able to do anything like this. And understanding that, helps a lot. But that's a, yeah, that can't actually be in that position. If this is a 9, oh, that's actually good. There we go. And then this can be a 2. And then this. No, that can't be like that either. We would have to do the 9 like this. Then put a axis extension, which extends it out. But I feel like we need this gap here anyway, because doubling the number of engines doubles the power, but not the weight. Yeah. Yeah, because the weight to power ratio is not 1-to-1. Right? Like horsepower, yeah, depending on your transmission, it's not just like 1-to-1. You put a tricycle on the workshop? Nice. Yeah, this is gonna have, see, this is the problem with this. In order to do that, this is not connected still. So we need to translate this whole thing another one to the right. Yeah, that should be okay. The whole reason I need this thing is because when you have this many engines in a row, I mean, I may as well, at that point, put 2 more. To maximize. This thing is going to be it's going to be as long as this entire building area by the time we're done with it. But yeah, in order to maximize the 9, you may as well put another 2. Because we need this axis extension. And we also need this space to be open here anyway, to connect to this thing. Because you can't actually put anything in front of the first section of either of the gear shifters. But yes, V8. Yes, it is it is a V8. And we're having the power come in through the front, go back across the top, and then we're going to have an additional gear shift 2 in the back, like that. Yeah, we could rotate these flat. I don't know. It'll lower the profile by 1 block, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna need to go up anyway. Increase the power. That's kind of what we're doing by adding another 4 engines to this thing. If you use 2 of the 4-point gears, you don't need the 3 small gears. Yes. Wait, 2 of the 4. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Right? You're talking about doing this. But then you run into the issue of this. Like, oh, I want to put something on top here. I can't do that, right? So what you do is you do this. And then you can run something over it. And that goes for these as well. Like, yeah. It just makes it a little bit more compact. Having 3 in a row rather than using 2 of the 45 corner things. But yeah, you wouldn't actually be able to have that there. Yeah. This would be a 6-speed transmission. I really don't think that we need more than 6 gear states. And I really think it's going to allow the back end to be way simpler. Right? Because 2 gear states is much simpler than 3. And shorter. Yeah, these need to be connected inside. It's hard to tell, but if you kind of just hover over with a pin, like, it typically tells you. With 8 engines, he could probably use all 7 gears. Yeah, if I just duplicate this on this side, I could do that. I still don't believe... I think this will be okay. Yeah, this will be fine. With this amount of power, like, there's rarely an instance... I'm just thinking about, like, the ultra meta. There's rarely an instance where you're going to be going over 300 kilometers an hour for an extended period of time. So it's better to focus on low speed maneuverability. Is this a 9? Yeah, but we don't care to connect that like that anyway. That works. Let's do some experiments now that the chassis isn't defined. Is it better to have the center of mass closer to the rear wheels or the front wheels? If I had to guess, it would be better to have the center of mass closer to the rear wheels. But it ultimately depends on everything else. But overall, I would say having the center of mass closer to the rear wheels, because you're steering with the front wheels. Nice, that whole thing should not rotate now. And that whole thing is on a pin. So this whole thing should not rotate. It's better to focus on acceleration and braking so you can reach higher speed for a longer period of time. And we have to make sure that these are stapled down, because if they're not, they will rotate. The gear shifters, yeah, and we can't actually put anything right here. And we can't put anything there because that moves there, which is kind of ironic because, like, if I put something here, then it wouldn't be in the way when it's in this state, right? But I could switch these, but then that causes the issue of this. I might have to do that. That should be okay. To get around the issue of not being able to bring this down. Oh, but then we can't bring it down anyway. Because this block right here, we can't put anything in. So I'd have to bring it down the front, but you can't bring it down the front because this goes like that. So, yeah. That whole thing is going to have to be figured out. That's like one of the toughest parts of dealing with the gear shifters, is the fact that you can't put anything for some reason in this spot. And I don't know why. The more I run into that, the more I'm like, why? It doesn't even go that far. Right? You couldn't even put anything here. So why is this blocked here? Will you be adding any electric motors as well, or just the combustion? Given the gear system that I'm trying to set up, and the fact that I can make the combustion engines so compact in alignment with one another, I'm just going to do combustion engines with this one. And also, unfortunately, the turbo volt, all of the turbo volts weigh the same, by the way. 100 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 100 kilograms. So if you're going to use any of these, use this one. Because these two, the blue and green ones, are just inferior in pretty much every single way. Because they weigh the same, they just have less horsepower. The only argument you could make for the TurboVault TX100 is that it doesn't have space for the capacitors, so you could fit something closer to it. We just need, you know what we need? We just need a TurboVault TX400. That's what we need. Because then I would actually be able to start using it. Because the downside of not being able to put an axis through the TurboVolt TX300 is a serious limitation, in my opinion. That's why I rarely use them. So what I can do is this. Let's just do this, right? Oh no, we kind of need that. I'm thinking this is why I had them rotated previously. I think this is exactly why I had them rotated previously. But if we have them rotated, then I wouldn't be able to put anything right here, which wouldn't actually be a problem. If I just put the gear shift like that, that's not really a problem, given the fact that we already have that space empty there. And now we're free and clear. Now we're just like, oh, okay, cool. We can just run this down all the way. Like that. And we don't even need that now. So the only sacrifice here is that we have this sticking up one block. Yeah, having the center mass directly in the center, I think is typically like what most real race cars aim to achieve. But having it closer to the back, I don't see as a bad thing. I think, don't F1s have their engines in the back? Like F1, yeah, I'm pretty sure F1s have their engine in the back, which means most of the weight of an F1 car is closer to the rear wheels. Yeah, we can run this straight across, and that's going to be very stable. And I don't even need to worry now about those connections at all. Except for this thing. Oh no, but that's on a pin though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's on a pin, so that's not going to rotate. Now, this, on the other hand, is the problem, but I think it's an easy solution. If we are still going for the 4-wheel build, then we need to consider how we're going to bring up. So the flow of the vehicle goes like this. We have the engines, which create the power. The engines go through here, right? Into these gears here. Then they get translated into this, which shifts. And then that gets translated into this, which changes depending on the state of that, which then gets translated into the gear shift 2, which can shift between these two states as well, ultimately bringing the power out right at this point here. So, given the fact that our center of mass is right here, we want to try to bring our rear wheels as close to like this point right here as possible, using the motorcycle suspension. And the way I did it before, which I think works because the game doesn't care about what direction the gears are going in, to bring it out horizontally, we could even start it. Yeah. Well, no, at that point we don't even need that at all. We can just do this. And that can remain a 3. Or we bring it out even Well, it's going to be interesting to see where we'll be able to place the motorcycle wheels. I don't know if I like that so much, if I'm being honest. Like, I really like the look of 2 and 2. That's obviously going to change it to a 2-to-1, a different ratio, but I think that'll be okay. For rarely at the higher gears, we can take power from the front end to power the front wheels and leave the higher gears for the back ones. That's an interesting point, and that's kind of what I did with the Dirtmaster Pro, except all using one gear, where I had the first half of engines run into the front axle, and then they also, after running into the front axle, helped power the rest of the half to power the back axle. So like the front axle got like half power, low torque, or low gear ratio, direct gear ratio power from half of the engines. Now this is what I'm trying to figure out. Let's just do it. I need to actually try the thing in order to figure out whether it works. That's so weird. Look, that fits, that motorcycle. That fits right in here. Yeah, that's not what we want at all. What I'm looking for is to translate this into here. But that's what's so cool about this build, is that this gets translated into this, which is in front, so it gets brought up and then to the side, right? And I want to do something kind of similar but more precise. Where we bring that up I think so. The motorcycle suspension is 3 wide. Yeah. Something like that, right? And then we have the wheel like right here. And then we translate this. Is this a 9? No, it's not. Nice. All right, let's do an 8. An axis extension. A 9. And then we do pretty much the same thing. Except opposite. That, right? Now, unfortunately, the way the motorcycle wheels extend out requires it to extend out by quite a bit, but I think the added benefit of the motorcycle suspension Yeah, we can't do it inwards because then the wheel... Oh, I guess we can. But we don't want... That's going to be a very small wheelbase. So yes, we want the wheel to face outward. And depending... We could technically do this. Not even worry about that. Place that even closer to have a smaller wheelbase in the front. Move front suspension back. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that far forward, technically. There's no reason for it to be. Like that, right? Is this still too far back? It's still seeming a little bit long. I think this is still... Wait, can I just do this? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So, yes, this is still technically four-wheel drive, right? We could even put this bar on top of this instead of running it side by side. Test drive real quick. Oh, I've still got to connect everything. We still got to connect everything. And unfortunately, connecting everything is not as simple as, like, slapping everything together. Oh, we can't go through that because of the... Oh, but we can do this. Yeah, we can create a connection there. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's not what we want. I think more simply we can just do that and that. And that, yeah. That makes me think we don't even need that. Oh wait, maybe we do. Well, no, this isn't going to be connected here anyway. Yeah, that can just drive straight in to the front suspension. Yeah. Is that gonna... That should be okay, right? I mean, we could make it even more stable by extending this inward. And then just making a full-on crossbar across all of these, like that. Yeah, we don't need that there. But the right or the left? This needs to be out of the way. There we go. The problem is now these aren't actually connected to anything. Which is why I was thinking, like, earlier, if we raised this up by 1, we could peg this to this. If the car spins out too easily, then you got to move the rear wheel further back. Yes, that would make sense. Also, increasing downforce over the rear wheels could help with that, too. I do like this position, though. Like, and this is 4-wheel drive. Like, that's a whole part of this build. I think having the rear wheels one more over than the front wheels will also help it from, like, flipping over. It'll stop it from flipping over, but we already have, like, a really low center of gravity anyway. But yeah, so we're at the point where we have the general structure. And yes, given the design, we can easily move the rear wheels back in and forward depending on the performance. But yeah, we're at the point where we just need to connect all this. In the meantime, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, we got to get this all connected up at this point. And thankfully, yes, given the way we design this, we will be able to modify it pretty easily, actually. The only thing is obviously the core of it, like increasing the amount of engines or the gears, like that's, we can change the wheelbase, the downforce very easily. Dropping the rear wheels will increase the rake angle. That's going to complicate the car dynamics. So you're thinking like, wait, dropping the rear wheel? Do you mean like lowering it by one unit? Unfortunately, you can't modify the suspension beyond just making it steerable or straight. Drop the rear wheels by 1 and connect under the vehicle. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Yeah, that would raise the center of mass. And then I worry about, like, we need to test this out, because I really think that this wheelbase length, the distance between the, like, we're already gonna almost flip over. Because remember, this is what the suspension looks like when it's fully extended. So I gotta work on getting all this connected properly. Which is going to be a little bit complicated. Yeah, I should extend this. That's already going through that. This is already pegged to that, so we don't need to worry about that so much. I think we can do a 3 here. Preferably, I wouldn't build anything beyond this point right here. What is this connected to here? That has a whole... What? We could peg that directly to the engine, right? You could even just do it... no, this will be fine. Aha! Ithor, welcome. Have you finished career mode already? Yes, not the new career mode though. We have not done the tech tree career mode. We did finish the, although we have 97%, we finished all of the races in the base career mode. All right, let's see if anything breaks. I suspect... Well, that's pinned there. typically I have problems with these. This can go through that. There we go. Just double checking some of the connections. Now, I don't think this is actually connected here. That's going to be one of the main problems. But if I do that, I don't think we need this. I think I can just do huh. I always get stuck on connections like this, where like I want to do this, but I'm almost certain I'm gonna need to do yeah, we could just do it like this. We'll just do it like this. This is fine. It's a little bit bulky, but eh. Better than it's a solid connection. That's all that matters, right? And then we can still keep this here. This is gonna need to be this whole thing is gonna need to be shifted, because these need to be connected through that. Sure, I'll just do that. That's fine. All right, let's test it. Testing time. It's only an S class. I forgot to make the wheels steerable. Oh no, I made them steerable. All right, the whole front is rotating. This whole front is not actually connected to anything. So we're going to need to connect it from like over here. What I'm thinking is this is already connected there. So, oh wait, no, it's not. that a 2? Yeah, that's a 2. All right, let's make that a 3. Put that across like that. Make this a beam. What is blocking that? There we go. Okay. All right, should be good. Our acceleration is a little high. Shift? Oh, yes. The poo brain is setting in. There we go. We have no downforce. Everything's just breaking off. Drifting! Yeah, the next thing is going to be getting downforce, but yeah, it doesn't feel bad at all. We do have this point. I feel like we could take advantage of this here. Try that at first. Save base version as a backup? Yeah, before I make any like serious modifications to the fins and stuff. Yeah, we have no turn ability. We really cruise through the gears. That clutch time. Yeah, we need downforce on the front wheels. What does this thing cap out at? Yeah, there we go. That 6th gear. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. 330 is like a good top speed. All right, I'll save this. I don't know if it's gonna let us. Oh, it does. Yeah, the downforce is gonna help with that. But we got the downforce is a balance because, you know, the more downforce, the more resistance. Yeah, it coasts. So like if I brake and it starts turning, it just like starts coasting in that direction. See? While I was turning to the right, I was steering to the left. So it needs even more downforce in the front. I feel like there is a... Yeah, that's a solid connection there. Jojo, welcome. We're rearing on a separate motor and making an air brake. We did kind of learn how to do that. With our air build. Oh, nice. That's not a 3. Perfect. I feel like there's a better way to lay that out. There is a better way to lay this out. Just completely better way. Yeah, these can stay connected. Like that and that. And then like that and that. There you go. Let's think about trying a piston engine, but seemed daunting. Yeah, I don't know how the pistons work at all. Oh, it just oversteers. I think the wheelbase is too short. 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 I think the wheelb It's like every time I turn, it's like I just oversteer. You'd think that the downforce would help. I'm turning so slightly and it is just immediately steering. Yeah, we need more downforce on the rear. There you go. Huh. Nope, it's still not liking it. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is these need to just be moved back. And luckily, all we need to do is extend this out by like 3 more. These go on opposites. Yusuf, welcome back. Have the rear wheels at least fully behind the last gear. Yeah, I think this is gonna help. It's helping for sure, but we still coast. Yeah, we're still coasting. What's the goal? To make Mark II of this freaking motorcycle. We're primarily using the motorcycle suspension. Yeah, I'm gonna need to bring this whole I want to bring it down one more. And I want to bring it back as well. I think this is gonna clip into the... Yeah, it doesn't like that. And then at that point, I'm like, well, we can probably just bring this whole thing down, but I don't think we can because the shifter, right? Let's try that. Do racing wheels make a difference? Yeah, I could put the racing wheels on here. Our downforce is far outweighing our... On the front is far outweighing our rear downforce at this point. Which, I seriously just want to do this, so I'm gonna just do it. It looks ridiculous, but... If we're gonna just focus on street, then we can just pop the street wheels on here. I can feel why it's spinning out. It's really a balance of like, okay, we can turn really well, but you also spin out really well. We just ram into every gear. We like spend most of the time accelerating, shifting. Ooh, larger wheel in the rear, that might be a good idea. Brake time is pretty good. I'll try a larger wheel in the back. Because, yeah, I mean, the grip, right? No, the grip is the same for pretty much all of the race wheel in the front, dirt wheel in the back. That shifting is certainly something. Yeah, it makes you wish that there is a way to modify the clutch. Oh, speed wobble. Landed it. And this thing, why did it turn to the right? I don't know. Nobody knows. Oh, look at that. I think we may have just figured it out. That's because that bar in the back isn't attached. We're figuring it out. This thing is rotating, and thankfully there's some open pegs on it. I should be able to do it like that. Like that and that. There we go. That should help a lot. Nope, still sliding out. It just coasts, man. Every time I turn, it's like I need to turn it back to stop it from turning. Like it's coasting. I just like touch it. It's oversteer is what it is. It's like I touch it a little bit and then boom, we're turning. Now good luck stopping that. That kind of, I can kind of control that, but again, I think that there's like an like a traction control in the game. They need to be like, let us turn that off. Because I feel like I could save it, but what's happening is the game is stopping me from saving it. You know what I mean? That doesn't feel good. I don't like that. Like I'm spinning out. Let me save it. Yeah. We have all-wheel drive as well. Yeah, let me stop with the race wheels in front. We're gonna go biggest wheels. Biggest dirt wheel big in the back, medium wheel in the front. And yes, I do see that's clipping right through the wing, but it won't clip when we have it. Oh no, it's still clipping. Ha ha ha. The gearing feels smooth. It's just the clutch time that's the problem. Yeah, this thing feels so weird. Like, I feel like I have to constantly counter steer it. It's smooth though but then if I don't save it, it oversteers. It's something to do with the wheelbase. So I think it's because the wheelbase is like too close. Like this thing doesn't do it at all. Yeah, the big wheel is heavy. I just wanted to see what it would feel like. Like this thing is snappy, you know? Like I turn this thing, it turns, it's snappy. I don't spin out. Why is it doing it with the other one though? I'm trying to think of like the main difference. Vertical fin, that might help. I suspect it's because like something isn't connected. I think we're gonna have to double check the connections. See, the rear wheel isn't actually connected. I think that's a part of the problem. Like the rear suspension. The front suspension is right here. Yeah, so I think we're gonna need to connect this to the front by extending this into that. Yeah, that should help. I suspect it's something to do with the suspension connections. We could also just do that. That might help as well. Yeah. Let's try that. Too much power? Oh. Oh. Now it's just a bouncing machine. The second the wheels touch the ground, it just bounces. Boop. I think this connection is what's doing it. There's something weird happening. Like, why? What did I do? I'll change these back because these are ridiculous. We'll find out if it's the wheels. I doubt it's the wheels. Nope, it's not the wheels. It's something to do with this. Nope, it's actually this. Wow. So for some reason, connecting the side of this to that janked it up. I don't know how I'm going to be able to connect the motorcycle suspension. How am I going to be able to connect it? Yeah, see that oversteer. I kind of have an idea. Kind of. No, but that needs to transfer. When I put, I'll show you exactly what's causing the problem. When I put a pin here, we turn into a bouncy machine. I'm serious. The weight, the structure is okay. If you just notice this motorcycle suspension, the only place it's connected to is this into this. And I think that's causing problems. So we need to find another way to connect this thing. I'm honing in on the problem. I don't like having to extend it out like that, but I think it's just necessary. Nope, still doing it. The oversteer is still happening. But it's less, slightly. I think we might be okay. Ah, nope, there it goes. Yep. Like, it gets caught in a turn, and then it's like, yeah, we're just gonna keep turning. Like, you wanted to turn? We're just gonna keep turning. So odd. Yeah, the problem is we don't have a connection to the actual chassis, like the core skeleton of this thing with the rear tires. I strongly suspect that's it. So we're gonna need to bring that whole thing over here. Let's try this. This should help it. Yeah. I don't know why all of our stuff just turned brown. Make everything gold again. It's weird. When I paint the carbon fiber wings gold, it makes them turn silver. If we go with the blue color, did I just make this steerable? No. Painting our build. I think this is one of the premium colors I got for getting the supporter pack. Yeah, I think that's gonna help. It sucks to have to like extend it out, but I think it's a necessity given the fact that the way the motorcycle engine works is it has 3 connections. We have the torque, the force coming in through here. It can't just be connected there because otherwise it's very unstable. It lets you do it, but it's very unstable. That definitely feels a little bit tighter. But it's still got the coasting. Like, it coasts. You know? Like, you can see it right there. I kept turning even though I stopped turning. So it's like I need to counter steer. I don't know at this point. Extend the front wheels out farther? Okay. Thankfully, that should be pretty easy to do. But I do believe you're onto something with that. And then we can just pin this directly to the chassis there. I'm not too worried about adding weight because we have the power. Like, you can tell this thing just chunks through the low end. We don't need... That can be a 2. Slow down the acceleration. I don't know if it's the acceleration. Like, the coasting is the problem, right? I can control the vehicle. It's just the turning. Yeah, see, that helped. That did actually help. It's our wheelbase was too short. That's why. If our wheelbase is too short, then we coast. And a little bit of coast isn't so bad, right? Because that means that you're turning, but yeah, no, it's still oversteering. I think it's the width. I think it's the width. Like, I want to bring the back wheels out more. I also think that having these out of alignment is a part of the problem. Like, let's align these. I think the narrow wheelbase in front is contributing to it. We're gonna figure it out. Just like we did with the Omega Falcon, we're gonna figure it out. Yeah, the 11s are the longest we can go with here. The Omega Falcon is on the workshop, by the way. If anyone wants to fly the Omega Falcon. All right, let's try that. Matthew, thanks for hanging out. Car turning is applying too much load on the rear wheels. Ed, welcome. Get some shark fins? That sounds like a decent idea. I think... Oh. The horizontal motion. Nope. Man, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, why does this thing just snap? Like, this thing doesn't spin out. Like, it turns very well. Maybe it is the extra power, like the extra weight. See, I can corner that hard. I think we need that extra downforce. I think that's primarily it. I think it's the extra weight as well. It's the extra power, the extra weight. Let's put the smaller wheels, small dirt wheel. Plus the car already looks like a shark? Kinda. Yeah, it's like the downforce doesn't exist on the rear wheels. I want to get another wing right down and in front of that wing. There we go. Beautiful. I think to use a shark fin We could do that. That's gonna be... not in the correct direction, though. We need something like this. Man, I guess I could just do one in the center here. That might help a little bit. Yeah, it has to be vertical. Oh, we can kind of drift it. A little bit more stable. I think it has to do with the amount of torque as well. See how it's coasting? We're not even going that fast, man. Like, I really think there's something to do with... like, look at this. Look at this. I put a connector right here. And it makes the whole thing bounce. Like, I think there's something to that. Oh, now it's not doing it. What? Dude, I have no idea. No, it just immediately spins out as if I have no downforce at all. It's like the wheels have no traction and I have no downforce. Let's try the... There's something... I hate to say it, and someone could just, like, slap me down, sure. I hate to say it, I feel like there's something bugging right now with the motorcycle suspension. You can, like, slap me and say I'm bad at this game. Move the rear wheels further back until the snap oversteer stops. I don't... Okay, we'll try. I think you are onto something, David, with moving them behind the gears. But look, I'm like having to try and stop it from... It's so annoying. I really think... It's because the center of mass is too close to the rear wheels. Yeah. I think you're onto something with that. What is this here? A 7? I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna go. Like, I'm gonna go we'll go with a 7. Because if this stops it, then that means that we're correct. I don't know if it can be connected just like that. We'll see. Seems like it. Oh, yes, that did help. Okay. This thing does look like a shark. Maybe if we get it not bad, then we'll call it the shark. But it's kind of bad right now, honestly. Like, it doesn't turn well. This thing needs a lot of work still. I feel like most of the time we're accelerating, we're just stuck in neutral. But yes, David, you were correct. So we learned with the motorcycle suspension, if your rear wheel using the motorcycle suspension is too close to your center of mass, then you'll experience significant oversteer. Yeah, so there we go. I don't know if these need to be brought out so far. I think these can be brought out. We'll put it down to a 5. Yeah. But we are doing some good learning right now. Definitely learning. Center of mass being closer to the rear wheels helps prevent oversteer. See, I'm experiencing the complete opposite, surprisingly. We just moved the wheels back and I'm experiencing less oversteer. At least with the motorcycle suspension. Yeah, this thing is stable now. We're good. The only downside is we just get stuck in freaking neutral shifting constantly. Which is why I don't like making 6-gear vehicles, because we have the acceleration, we just... the getting stuck in neutral is the problem. Yeah, we still do slide out if I really crank it to one side. See how we're just stuck in neutral constantly? Yeah, this can catch itself a lot better now. We should move the wings. Oh, this thing turns. Look at that. It turns when we're not braking. If we start braking, then it doesn't turn nearly as well. Look at us just get stuck in neutral the whole time. If you've ever heard a Formula 1 car shift, it's just instant. There's no neutral time. You just go bam, 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 bam. Gear up, gear up, gear up, gear down, gear down. This thing has the acceleration. This thing is very powerful. Lost traction because of the bounce. I think it has something to do with the torque. Like, the location of the torque. Yeah. Now, that makes me wonder, can we just move these? I don't want to move them back. Like, I think I think I did like the front wheelbase being more narrow. I'll give to Ligma, he was right about the center of mass being closer to the center of the wheelbase. Yeah. That was indeed the case. That clearly, I mean, you can see, clearly solved the problem, right? Like, I don't think anyone's gonna doubt that. Yeah, and it doesn't matter that these are spinning the opposite direction. It translates it into forward motion. Huh. I think I will do this. Let's make it a little bit cleaner. The motorcycle suspension takes up a lot of horizontal space, so here, let's rename this, because we've been working on this for a while. Let's rename it Shark. There's a differential in every suspension. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, this thing feels a lot better. The only thing is the neutral. And I mean, I can't fix the... I can't fix that. Also, turning while braking is very difficult, but I think that's like for most vehicles. This thing feels a lot smoother now. While turning, we get stuck though, like... And then we get stuck shifting. Like, half of that time we were accelerating, we were in neutral. Like, I think we would accelerate faster if we... had 3 gears. It's like, is it even worth having that many gears if you're spending half of the time accelerating in neutral? But yeah, braking straightens this out. Like, I'm turning, we get straightened out when I brake. I don't know why that's happening. And then part of me is like, okay, at this point, do we even need all-wheel drive? I think it's because we're braking with all wheels. We brake really quickly. But why are we straightening out when we brake? Braking while cornering is pretty important. Try using handbrake more. But this is my whole take again, like, how often are you actually going to be going over 300 kilometers an hour? right? Like, there are 1 or 2 races in the game where you go in a straightaway. And the shifting in this thing is clean. It's clean. It's just the clutch time. Yeah, we need to fix the downforce. We don't have any downforce on the front wheels. But that was, it's getting pretty clean. It's getting pretty clean. I think we can just use mechanics in this situation and it won't rotate. Right? If we use an axis, I don't think it'll rotate. Let me do this first. Then we do this. Oh, that's nice. We like that. We like that a lot. It's crazy how it changes your cornering ability even at lower speeds. That's why I think braking was straightening us out. Because we just didn't have the downforce on the front tires. But yeah, this thing is getting seriously limited by its clutch time. So please, devs, Formula 1 clutch would be we go too high on the gears, you know? Should be like bing, 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 bing. This thing is starting to feel good. I think we can move the front wheel inward. I think that's something we can do. Right? Make this a little shorter. You can turn on manual shifting. Yeah. That is a good feature. The only issue is it's still you can't rebind it. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2 is it still takes time to shift. So it's not necessarily the automatic shifting. That's the problem. It's more so the clutch time. Yeah, and if we do that, we don't even need that at all. We can still connect it here, though. That's nice. Beautiful. In many racing games, it's faster to shift manually, but there's no option for shifting with a controller. Yeah, you can't rebind period and comma. So I would have to do it with the keyboard. I just don't. And again, I don't have a problem with the manual shifting. The problem is the clutch time. You can see it, like we go into neutral, it turns red, we're really high in the gear. It's like, no. Shift a little earlier, shift a little faster. Boom. Easy. So we have this insane amount of acceleration and power, but I don't feel like we're able to really access it because of that. Idea, have an array of wings coming out of a beam. Wait, why? Wings coming out of a beam. Yeah, this is clipping here, but because the suspension... Oh, please, please. There you go. All right, good. The suspension is lower, so it doesn't clip when we're actually driving. And I forgot to make the suspension turn. I think the downforce, the wings need to be brought back to be directly over the rear wheels. Yeah, this... We could even just make another set. This looks ridiculous, but... We're gonna make it look even more ridiculous. Oh, I don't think it likes that. Nah. It doesn't. It doesn't like that. Using a beam instead of a pin extension. Each pin with a wing. I've seen, like, that airplane we flew has something like that. Oh, this thing's rotation ability now is actually good. Ah, there you go. That feels pretty good. Getting stuck in neutral constantly doesn't, but I'm just going to neglect that because I can't actually change it. The devs need to work on letting you rebind gear shifting. And they also need to work on gear shifting in lower gears. Oh, there goes our entire back end. Time to test a real race? We could. I could try the Serpentin. I don't think this thing is going to beat any PBs, unfortunately. Oh, well, on the, drifted. The thing is, like, all the wings look ridiculous, but again, we're not struggling with low-end power. So, like, weight and all that doesn't impact us as much. I don't think we need this at all. Yeah, we don't. There's some stuff we had before that we just don't need. Yeah, that's good. We could try the Secret Queen. Give us the option to set which gear is which. That would help as well. I think all of that would be good, though. Because the time spent in neutral weighs down your acceleration. So we have the power. Like, we've got freaking 8 engines in this thing. It kind of saves itself, you know? Well, we're green on our PB right now. It feels good. It's a good balance of downforce. Oh, speed wobble. Almost lost it there. It still feels a little bit loose. And we got wrecked. I'll race it out, but that's not going to be PB. It feels almost like it's at the balance it needs to be at, you know? Like, I'm not super scared of spinning out, but there is that worry. Like, I feel like I'm still needing to counter steer. Can we power through this? Nope. No, we cannot. We were green in the beginning, so that hints to me that if I drive well without sliding out, we could beat our PB with this then. We lost a wing. lose a wing, does it actually affect your aerodynamics? Because it doesn't feel like it is. But yeah, this thing's turnability is, it's good. Brake time is a little bit rough. Yeah, it needs more stability. More wings. Just more wings. There we go. I don't think losing any parts does. I made a build that ended up getting destroyed down to one beam and was still able to move it around. P7C, welcome. Try to make the fastest car possible regardless of acceleration. But spam a bunch of planetary gears. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like you get to the point where you're just being limited by clutch time, which is like a core programmatic thing in the game that's like arbitrary. Like, look at this build. Hold on. I'll show you this build. Check this thing out. There we go. This thing is ridiculous. Why? Because it shifts into 6th gear without actually shifting. Just check out the gears. Did you see that? It just didn't, it just shifted into 6 without even slowing down in neutral. And then we go in this thing and like you'll see it just chunk through multiple gears. Like we'll get stuck in neutral. Rip. Oh, we did a barrel roll. We did a barrel roll and we landed it. What is that on the ground there? There's something. There's like something right here, this thing. What is this? Like, I don't remember this being here before. Huh. Yeah, it's like on the right side of this road here. That thing. This thing has a good top speed. Capping out at like 326. That's not bad. Look at us just get slammed into neutral. It feels so bad, man. I hate slamming into neutral. Like, shift the car. This thing feels okay now, though. Moving those wings helped a lot. But yeah, the biggest downside to this is the fact that we get stuck in neutral. The thing is, like, even the Streetmaster Pro Max Mark III gets stuck in neutral a little bit. But we lead into it, you know? Like, our gears are longer and it feels good. Oh, and we got we got bugged into the top of the canyon. Yeah, we like the Streetmaster Pro Max Mark III, but it does take a little bit of getting used to. But look at that brake time. That brake time is so good on this thing. I love how I just put a whole bunch of wings on the sides of it that clip through the wheels. That piece of the ground is messed up for me as well. I don't remember it. Yeah, something changed with the last update, I think. Could the difference be between the two builds be one as a combustion engine, other electric motor? When it comes to the neutral delay, maybe. I think everything I'm using is combustion engine. These are both combustion engine. Yeah. I haven't messed with electric motors in some time, admittedly. I would have to do some like serious experimentation on clutch times with like, I would have to test like a build that's almost identical using an electric engine versus a combustion engine. And it wouldn't be possible because the dynamics of the combustion engine are different than the electric engine. So it would be pretty hard to get a good reading on that. I kind of want to go back to building aircraft. We were working on this yesterday. Pull up, pull up. And we got this thing into a state, the Omega Falcon Mark I. You can get this on the workshop right now if you want. It's pretty stable. There's like this weird camera bug that happens, but if you push any button, it fixes it. Like you do a hard pull and you're good. We stabilized it with the two wings. Yeah, I don't know why that camera bug happens. But if you just push a key, it fixes it. But wait, there's more. This thing has full yaw control, so WASD. So like, if you want to just go left, you can just go left. The way I set it up, what's your best aerodynamic vehicle? This thing. This thing is my best aerodynamic vehicle, for sure. Modified from the Bluey helicopter. The Bluey helicopter is the most subscribed thing on the marketplace. the powertrain of this, the propeller, is a modified helicopter rotor. I'm trying to hit the speed trap, but I'm pretty sure you have to be right over the road when you hit it. Oh, David, yeah, we can make this thing go well beyond 700. Now, you can go 700 with it, but can you control it? That is the question. It's always a balance. We're working on the Omega Falcon Mark II now. And the first thing I want to do is add more fans to the front of it. Because the problem isn't the force of the motor. The problem is the amount of air that we can possibly move at the highest RPM. We are using an electric motor for this thing, by the way. This thing is using an electric motor. Engine, should I say. All right, there we go. Ah. Which way am I going? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is better. We did break the sound barrier yesterday. We can break the sound barrier if we so choose. Yeah, this thing flies surprisingly stable. Like, I don't know, maybe it was bugging yesterday, but I swear it was less stable yesterday. I love being able to see our shadow. Being able to see our shadow in game, we're just like, we're flying. But yeah, the map is too small to like get a really good run in. Oh, we can see, look on the mini map, we can actually see the direction we're pointed in. Oh, if we make the propellers longer and longer, we can make this thing. It's just, you can clearly see, like, actually seeing what it looks like on screen. It's so difficult to control when you're going over a certain velocity. 698. $44th. Like, it's not on screen right now. Yeah, for some reason like sometimes it bugs out. The rotation is backwards. And I think when that starts happening, for whatever reason, it's best to just reset the vehicle. I think like after we crash sometimes it just completely janks out for whatever reason. I don't know why this changes state every time. Like, when I put it on one thing and I have it in this position, then if I bring it over here, it's like not in the same position. It's fine. But yes, adding more wings to this thing will make it go faster. It's not a matter of power, right? Like, flying in this game is completely different than driving. We're gonna break the sound barrier because we can. If we just go straight up, I can't see the direction I'm moving in. And then straight down. Oh, almost. I know how to do it. These wings provide a lot of stability, but they also, I think, create drag. Every time we turn, it's like acting on those wings and it's creating drag. Gotta make sure to put the capacitors on. It's the only way to tell whether it's upside down or not, pretty much. Nice. World record is achievable. Oh, I forgot to... Forgot to set the keys for that thing. Pull up. The crazy thing is we can still almost maneuver it. We get capped out at like 8,800. 900. I really wonder, is more fan blades helping? I don't know if these extra fan blades are actually helping. The combustion engine? Oh yeah, I think I did use the combustion engine. Let's keep the fan blades because that's like even more torque. Put a 3, and then that and that, right? At this point, I think like the actual record is somewhere in the tens of thousands kilometers per hour. And that's just on the speed trap. I had such a hard time getting the plane to turn without front wings. Yes. Getting a plane to turn without wings is difficult. There are some jets, fighter jets, that actually have frontal wings on them. Also, welcome back, Zero. We did try your build. It is pretty solid. I think it's actually stable. So, kind of stable. I think we're hitting like some type of cap right now. You know what it is? Like, if we want to hit really high speeds, we need to get rid of all this drag. It's pretty obvious that it's the giant carbon fiber wings that are acting against the direction of motion. But this, yeah, this is not... Oh, you know what it is? It's the extra... Yeah. Planetary gear. Pretty sure that's limiting it. We broke the sound barrier! Instant breaking of the sound barrier. Like, I feel like I could... take this same concept, but you can see the stability is just so bad. Like, controlling it in the air is so difficult when you don't have wings. It's basically like an arrow, right? Carbon B1 dragster? Yeah, we could get over 1,300. The sound barrier is 1,250 kilometers an hour, roughly, at sea level. That's what breaking the sound barrier looks like. I will look up Carbon B1 dragster. I'm interested to see. What? By White Dwarf? Oh, what is this monstrosity? What is this? Okay, I immediately understand this thing. So it has 2 wings on either side. It has 2 propellers on either side that are just all carbon fiber wings in a line. And because downforce in this game has no inertia, there's no inertia for downforce. Like, if you were to move wings like that fast in real life, they would just immediately snap off. Oh, 1500. Yeah, we could get. Hold on, we need to reset again. We're just floating in the air because of so much force. How do you possibly aim this thing down this straight? That's the question. If we get it aligned properly. That's what this thing does, though. It's like a hovercraft, right? Oh, okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Oh my. Oh, that's a way to reset it. You can just build it, click build, and then it'll reset us. This thing is ridiculous. We can get like probably 800 kilometers on the speed camera, on the speed trap camera with this thing. But we can't do it from too far away, otherwise we instantly lose control. All right, 3, 2, 1. That is how people are getting over 1,000 kilometers. So now we're top 30 on that speed trap because of that thing. This is a true abomination. Look at this thing. Oh man, that makes the Omega Falcon look okay. That's what that thing does. Like, this thing actually looks okay. But yeah, so what they did was they created, instead of having both rotors in alignment, they have 2 shafts of rotors going in opposite directions. And yes, as you can imagine, having multiple rotors in alignment on 2 separate shafts creates an absurd amount of downforce instantaneously, which is then used to propel the vehicle forward. But there's no inertia. Like, there's no when it comes to like the wheels and everything in the game, there's an inertia. You can't just instantly spin the wheels. Yeah, this uses 2 electric motors at... It has no front wheel downforce. I think I took the front wheel downforce off of this thing, actually. League mode, what is this abomination? That is... The, the Carbon 1B dragster is truly... it makes sense, right? It's like, you know, I kind of had it formulated in my mind. If you extend this concept into if you extend this concept into something that can kind of float above the ground, I think you would have something that could go in a straight line faster. But the thing is, this is already using the heavy suspension, but what I'm saying is, like, you could lift it up the problem is then the back end yeah, all of the... What if you were to put the wings down here then? And have the downforce like closer to the ground. Would that break the whole thing? Because if that's tied directly to the suspension, right, then you're not even worrying about the suspension over compressing. You're directly applying downforce to the wheel itself. Oh, I wish there was a mirrored mode in this game. I'm gonna try modifying this thing. We're just gonna take a little bit of, because that's how I generally learn the best. This is the we showed it on stream previously. The Carbon 1B dragster. Yeah, I really don't like that, how it changes the position every time, but that's okay. Now, this thing is a freaking... It makes sense though. It does make sense that you would just have something repeated over and over again to the point in which you just had an absurd amount. I love how it just like doesn't have much downforce on the front at all. This thing is beautiful. A beautiful, true abomination. But they did it for science, and thus I appreciate it. All right, let me see. If moving the wings lower to the ground actually helps. We can't turn because we didn't actually add any turning to these. the instantaneous acceleration, because of the way downforce works in this game, is how you get just ludicrous speeds. And I think I'm correct in assuming that with conventional methodology, you're not really going to get above like 450 kilometers an hour. Oh! 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 13th? We're 13th place. I think we could get top 10 with this. I think we could get top 10 with this. Oh my. Look out. It just sticks to the ground. I think I'm actually correct. I think I'm actually correct. So by having the downforce directly on the wheels instead of on the frame, having it on the lower side of the suspension provides just absurd downforce. Now, here's the thing. You modify something like this. You take this concept, you tone it down a little bit, and you make it highly maneuverable, and you have something that can just get insane record-breaking speeds on pretty much any track. The front end is dipping down a lot. All right, let's get rid of one of these then. Can you try this car in a race? The thing is, like, it is not... You can't actually, like... trying to maneuver it at all. Just getting it in alignment is the hardest part. All right. 3, 2, 1. How did we go so straight last time? And somehow it went so straight. We can like just barely turn it. No, yeah, the front is lifting up too much now. Yeah, the two of these is... We may even put another wheel down here. We could, like, the way the pins work is they don't cause any type of rotation. So you can just you can just pin these together. How can I... There's a way to pattern these to get even more... in a row, and you can pretty much... No. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you use creative cars in the story mode? Yes. Yeah, you could technically bring this thing in, import this thing, bring it into campaign mode, race with it. Oh my. Wait, is there a... Why is there a wing floating in the air? I think there's a disconnected wing somewhere. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Yeah, beating that 1477 is gonna be insane. But yes, this is what, if anyone was wondering, how are people getting like over 1,000 kilometers an hour on that speed trap? This is how people are doing it. And it's beautiful. But yeah, I think that was fun to explore. It's a treacherous path though. Like I like this game a lot. I think that the core physics of it are good. But I mean, it's obvious, right? Like you're exploiting the downforce in the game. To get instantaneous acceleration, which is cool. I definitely want to make a proper airplane. Like I want to make an airplane that uses like a propeller like this. Yeah, it's so weird. After I crash... No, now it's not doing it anymore. After I crash, sometimes it rotates to the left. And then it stops being able to roll. Even after I, like, rebuild it. It's like a weird bug that happens. Yeah, and when I'm going too fast, sometimes it doesn't rotate properly. If you make that car longer, it will probably be able to beat all records. Pretty much. I mean, you take that same concept, that same idea, and you just scale it up even more. The hardest part is not breaking apart into pieces. That's the tricky part. But yeah, that was definitely fun to check out. I want to try this on career again. I'm thinking we had it going in the beginning and then we kind of lost it. So I'll give it a couple more tries. This is what we spent building most of this stream. I feel like this general design works very well. I need to get used to the oversteer though. I did that last time too. That turn is probably the trickiest turn in the entire race, but if you nail it, it feels pretty good. We are missing some pieces, but I don't think it actually impacts the vehicle. Oh, we way overshot that. Yeah, getting an actual PB at this point is going to be tough. This thing feels overall decent though. I feel like we could put street tires on it. Oh, that, we got that? That's crazy. Like, it feels like it wants to oversteer, but it keeps itself from oversteering. And that kind of feels good. Like, you feel like you're about to start sliding out from oversteering, but then you don't. And that's actually really nice. Oh nah. Oh nah. That's another difficult thing about this race is like, it's longer, so there are a lot of places to make mistakes. Oh, that turn is so deceiving. That's the toughest turn on this entire map. But our PB on this thing is, on this race, is actually good. I think we got our PB on this race using the Abomination. Well, we just got that. The Abomination is on the workshop. This thing feels okay, but it's gonna need some edits to make it actually good. Knowing how to control the oversteer is pretty massive on this thing. I'm pretty sure without the mistakes we made, we would be able to compete with our PB on this. Yeah, we're 50th. Which honestly is not bad. Wait, why can't I see? Why does it say 41 is the top? Weird. Somebody got like 2 minutes 30 seconds on that race, which is, or no. Somebody got 30 seconds on that race, which honestly is very difficult to believe, but it's fine. All right, I think we did some good exploring. The Shark Mark II this is gonna need, this thing is gonna need more work. But I think at the core, it's pretty solid. Like, we're working with the motorcycle suspension. It feels like we've gotten it right to this sweet spot where it's about to oversteer and slide out, but it doesn't. And that's the interesting part. It suffers from clutch time, which honestly I think the devs should work on. Like, that's something just core to the game. It's a benefit of having less gears. The less gears you have, the less time you spend shifting, the more time you spend accelerating. I feel like we could adapt this whole design into a 4-speed. Instead of using a 3-speed, a 3-gear shift here, we could replace it with a 2, and it would make the whole thing actually way simpler as well. But yes, I'm gonna leave it here. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.